Testing. Good evening, everyone. Dr. Albert, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Trustee Turner is running about 5 minutes late, so we will wait for her, okay?
Thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone else. Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Madam President, Trustee Turner has arrived and we do have a quorum.
Thank you.
President LaFrench, I need to read a statement as well, please.
Okay, please start.
Okay, the time is 5:34. Good afternoon. Before proceeding with the meeting, I would like to make clear for the record, and it should be reflected in the minutes, that the Board President, Trustee LaFrench, will be participating remotely in accordance with Governance Code Section 54953. Board President LaFrench has provided a general description of the circumstances, establishing just cause for remote participation as required by that code section. Accordingly, Board President LaFrench will participate this evening via Zoom, and all votes taken during this meeting shall be by roll call. Thank you, and now we will proceed with the meeting.
Thank you. Much appreciated. So, good afternoon. The time is 5:35. I want to welcome everybody to the regular board meeting, informational meeting for Adelanto Elementary School District. Today is Tuesday, August the 13th, 2024. This meeting is being called to order. Roll call. Mrs. Parate, I'm sorry.
No problem. Trustee Stewart,
Present.
Trustee Turner,
Turner present.
Trustee Soto,
Soto present.
Trustee Webster,
Webster present.
Trustee LaFrench.
Left French present. 1 second, please. I'm sorry. The dog's barking. Hold on. I'm sorry. Sorry. Can we do roll call again, please?
Sure. Trustee Stewart,
Present.
Trustee Turner,
Turner present.
Trustee Soto,
Soto present.
Trustee Webster,
Webster present.
Trustee LaFrench.
Love French present. The quorum has been established. Section 1.04, Pledge of Allegiance. Will you please stand and place your right hand over your heart? Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Section 2, adoption of the agenda. Mrs. Parality, are there any proposed additions, deletions, and adjustments in the order of business?
Madam President, we do. We will be pulling item 12.01, just the July 16th board minutes. Item 1306, we will be pulling approval of Gus Franklin Jr. STEM Academy Science Camp. We also have some corrections. Item 1314 on Form County Number 1 has a typo. Human was misspelled. Item 1501, contract for Alvin Moman. On page 4 of the contract, the date has a wrong year. It should read January 14th, 2025 and not 2024.
Thank you, Ms. Peralta. Section 2.02, adoption of the agendas. Trustees, I need a motion to adopt the agenda with those changes.
Trustee Turner, motion to adopt the agenda with the stated changes.
Soto second.
Please take the vote.
Trustee Soto,
Soto aye.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench.
Left French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. Moving on to section 3. Before we go on to section 3, I, as board president, I have something that I would like to say. Comments have been made which require further clarification from the board. Dr. Albert is our current superintendent. We are committed to ensuring that our superintendent is supported and that he can focus on what is best for our students and the needs for students and staff for the upcoming school year. The board can only act as a body, and no one individual board member can act alone. We have not made Let me clarify. We have not made any decisions about changing our current course or starting a new search. In the interest of transparency, we will invite public input at the appropriate time. Thank you. Governing board members' reports and announcements. I will start off with Trustee Webster.
Good evening, AESD friends and family. I do want to take a moment and speak about our amazing Freedom Riders Institute that I had the pleasure of attending with numerous teachers throughout the district. I wanted to take a moment and throw out a special thank you to Erin Gruwell as she led an amazing institute and brought not only peace, but a why back to a lot of the hearts of the members that attended. I think it was such a phenomenal opportunity, and I do look forward to giving our board a full presentation with the team coming up at the next board meeting. My understanding is I also want to welcome everyone back to a phenomenal school year. My understanding is we welcomed the kids and it went off great. They are excited to be back. I'm gonna go ahead and keep my comments a little short tonight as I didn't have opportune time to do my usual speech, make it as loving. So, but I did want to touch on those notes, and I do hope everybody with us tonight does stay and gets home safe as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Stewart.
I just hope that this year kicks off great. The new school year. There's always a hope that things go well. There is excitement, even if you have to change grades, which I've learned that this year for the first time. Now I got to learn sixth grade standards. So, but I'm always excited for the kids because I know the kids, they're happy to come back, and I wish you all the best and that you do have blessed classrooms and that things go well. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Soto.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to begin by saying that I concur with the statement that you made. First,
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. First, I want to welcome back our teachers, staff, and students. It's great to hear that the school year has started off smoothly with no major hiccups. We recently had a board retreat from August 1st to the 3rd in Dana Point, and I was very impressed with our consultant, Musserino Consulting, and I was happy with the results. We participated in activities that helped us understand our different perspectives and provided clarity on the roles of the board and the superintendent. We also had the opportunity to hear from our cabinet on the progress they're making on their goals. It was truly a valuable experience where we all shared space together and perhaps learned or got to know each other a little more. I want to congratulate Dr. Albert and his cabinet on the new 2030 goals on the Thrive goals. Thrive stands for Together Harnessing Resources, Innovation, Vision, and Engagement. As someone who loves acronyms, I found this particularly exciting. Overall, I'm thankful to be working alongside such a diverse and dedicated team. And I'll be also completing my last Master's in Governance course in Ventura. It's a full-day event, and I'm looking forward to wrapping up the program and learning a few things along the way. I'm excited about the upcoming school year, and I look forward to continuing to serving you. God bless you all and have a great evening.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Trustee Turner, please.
Okay. During the recent Welcome Back luncheon on Monday, I initially believed that I had recognized everyone in the district, but I was mistaken. I unintentionally neglected a crucial member, a group of women, our executive assistants. Their support is indispensable, and without them, I would be at a loss. These ladies, Xenia, Ieti, Sandra, Evelyn, Veronica, go above and beyond to ensure that we are well prepared for our meetings and training sessions. They are truly exceptional, and I deeply regret not acknowledging their outstanding work and commitment and dedication to our trustees in our district. Please accept my sincere apology for this oversight. Okay, now, good evening and welcome back to school. I want to express my appreciation for each of you as you play a crucial role in shaping the lives and futures of our students. Your daily interactions go beyond teaching the fundamentals of education and significantly impact students' identity. They look up to you for guidance and support, and your influence is invaluable. Last Monday, as I mentioned earlier, I had the wonderful opportunity to attend the Back to School luncheon, and truly it was a delightful day. I wish to extend my gratitude to Diane Lynn, CSEA President, and Jennifer Rader, ADTA President, for their uplifting and encouraging remarks directed at our staff, teachers, and students. I also want to extend my gratitude to our acting superintendent, Dr. Albert, for sharing his personal journey and heartfelt stories about his favorite teacher and mentor, Mr. Hill. He reminded us that each of us can embody the spirit of Mr. or Mrs. Hill. As we move forward, I foresee some incredible developments ahead for our students, teachers, and staff, and I'm eager for a positive and fulfilling experience for everyone involved. Let's join together on this journey to make a significant impact on our students' lives. Thank you. Regarding another matter, I have received a letter from CTA on behalf of Jennifer Rader, ADTA President. While our legal team is handling the letter, I would like to make a few general comments. Every person has a right to express their opinion and be heard on any topic within our jurisdiction. Likewise, the trustees possess that same right and can voice their opinion on any issues and statements that are made during open session. I said then, and I will continue to say, that we should be respectful and professional in our tone and interactions. Students watch what we do and say, and we should serve as positive role models and not appear distracting or hostile. As teachers, you teach respect to our students. This principle applies to all of us. Your president was not attacked, but was asked to be respectful and fact-check information before speaking on it. This is something that Ms. Rader and I have spoke about in the past. We must ensure that our statements are accurate before sharing any information that may be misleading or untrue. Let's work together to provide and promote a culture of respect and professionalism in all of our interactions. Thank you again, and welcome back to school.
Thank you, Board of Trustees. Moving on to Section 4, Cabinet Reports. Dr. Albert.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to our amazing full cabinet here, and I'm going to defer my comments until the end of the meeting today. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Dwison.
All right. Good evening, President LaFrench, Board of Trustees, AESD staff, and community. I'm excited to share some brief highlights on behalf of the Academic Services Division. So first of all, the school year has gotten off to a very strong start. It's been a joy to see all the smiles and the happiness, a few criers, but for the most part, happiness with the start of school across our schools this past week. I want to thank all classified and certificated staff for the hard work behind the scenes to make the school year happen for our staff and students. We enjoyed the welcome back with professional development on mandated items such as trauma-informed care, McKinney-Vento students, and English language development, and time for all sites to focus on the upcoming school year as a team. I'd like to send a big thank you to our Enrollment Center for their incredible work and service to families to enroll new students to our district as quickly and efficiently as they can. They've been very busy, and so I want to thank them. Our schools are busy preparing for Williams case visits that will begin next week. We also have an IEP SACE training for our SPED teachers on August 21st and 23rd. If you need more information, you could reach out to Dr. Best or Ms. Perez. And then Dr. Best and Mrs. Perez, our two coordinators, will be holding a parent empowerment series in the boardroom during the month of September. So we look forward to sharing more information about that. And with that, that concludes comments for academic services.
Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you and good evening, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and community members. It's a pleasure to serve our district. I have a couple of updates I would like to share with you. I want to start with an amazing welcome back that we had last Monday. It was wonderful to see our staff return. I enjoyed walking the classrooms and listening to the PD being provided to our certificated staff on iReady data to address student needs, and all the SEL PD that was provided to not only our certificated staff, but also at West Creek for our classified staff, and giving them the tools and techniques to address student trauma. Additionally, I want to shout out to all of our operational staff for helping us prepare our sites for a fantastic new year. Thank you to my managers and directors along with all of their hardworking teams. For the first 3 days of school, I had the pleasure of practically attending all of our sites. It was great welcoming our students back. It was great to see our excited students and the joy on their face as far as seeing their teachers and, of course, interacting with their friends. I want to shout out to Columbia. I absolutely love the picture-taking machine that Mr. Damian brought on campus for them. That was so much fun. I thought that was a fantastic idea. But I also wanted to say thank you to our TK teachers for all of their patience with our little ones who are apprehensive about starting school. You guys have a heart of gold. Our fiscal team is working diligently to close the 23-24 school year. They will have until the end of the month to finalize our unaudited actuals before our presentation to the board in September. We look forward to a new collaborative year with our sites, departments, and educational partners. As always, thank you, and it's a pleasure serving our district.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. All right, and Dr. Walker.
Good evening, esteemed President Love French, Board of Trustees, Acting Superintendent Dr. Albert, Cabinet members, AESD staff, and our community. I'm excited to share some reflections of my initial weeks as your interim Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. My first few weeks have been both engaging and enlightening, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide a little overview of my experiences thus far. At the start of the school year, I made it a priority to visit some of our schools during key times of the day, observing students as they arrive in the morning and seeing their departure at the end of the day, providing me with valuable insights into the daily rhythm of our schools. It was heartwarming to witness the enthusiasm and eagerness of our students as they began their day, and equally rewarding to see the sense of accomplishment as they concluded their school day. Supporting our administrators, teachers, and staff have been a core focus for me. I have made an effort to connect with educators and support personnel to understand their needs and identify areas where additional support might be beneficial. Their dedication to our students is evident, and I am committed to ensuring they have the resources and encouragement necessary to thrive. In addition, I have met with classified union leadership and certificated leadership to discuss and address areas of concerns. This dialogue has been instrumental in gaining a comprehensive understanding of our operational dynamics and the critical role played by our classified and certificated employees. Overall, these early interactions have reinforced my belief in the strength and potential of Adelanto Elementary School District. I am eager to build upon these observations and work collaboratively with all employees to advance our shared goals for the benefit of our students and community. Thank you so much for your support and commitment as we continue this journey together. I am confident that with our collective efforts, we will achieve great things for our district and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. It is truly an honor to serve with this amazing cabinet, and I'm looking forward at the end of this meeting to be able to share my comments. Thank you, Board President.
Thank you. Moving right along to section 5, staff reports and presentations. Dr. Albert.
Thank you very much. So we will be introducing Dr. Dwyzon, who will be talking about our early literacy and support block grant.
Thank you. This is going to be a brief and mandatory update on our early literacy support block grant report. So you will see an upcoming item on the consent agenda, which is 13.12. This is a copy of the annual report, and Board, you do have a copy in that was printed for you. This report is submitted annually to the CDE, which reports implementation, progress, and reflection for those identified schools who receive the ELSB grant. So this grant was awarded the last 3 years to Adelanto, El Mirage, and Westside Park for TK3 students. This grant allowed for increased and focused professional development, the ELA framework, additional learning and teaching materials in classrooms, reading engagement strategies, family engagement. We had book vending machines purchased and building a bridge from school to home with literacy workshops and trainings for parents and families. This report is for the last school year only, as each year required by the end of the year reports that we submit to the CDE. Our grade levels ranged from an average of 10 to 12% from mid-year to end of year, and one grade level showing an amazing 54% growth from utilization of best practices. Kindergarten and first grade showed the biggest gains across our 3 participating schools. And at the close of the program last year, CDE came and visited each site and were able to evaluate as a school the practices that were put in place as a result of the grant in our district. All schools showed growth, with Westside Park being especially highlighted and interviewed and visited again for their systems implementation and progress. We are working to implement the strategies that we've learned to make sure that we replicate them across our district. That concludes the report.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dwyzon, to you and your team. Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, I would like to ask a question. These results, Dr. Dwyzon, for our kinder and first grade are absolutely incredible. Now, this growth, is it just for last year or is it for the 3 years?
This is just for last year. Our team is in the process of actually pulling the data for all 3 years to present.
Okay. I know that we just introduced iReady this past school year. So do you feel that that made a difference in these scores here?
We were just learning the system last year for iReady. So the scores that you see were actually iReady test results that are mentioned in here. So we're excited about that. And so we can also use that mid-year information and end of the year information to give us a springboard for this year. So we're excited to see what's coming.
Okay. My next question is, you put a goal of 20 points. Well, how did you measure that, and how did you get that figure for each of the students' grades?
Is there a school in particular? They're broken up by
I'm talking about, on page, I don't know what page this is. This is here. You put 20% across the board for everyone.
So each school set their own goals based on what they were doing.
Okay. And what do you contribute? I see the 21.94%. That's incredible. I'm so proud of our kinders and our teachers and First grade is on the way. They only missed it by just a little under 5 points. But the second and third, I see not so much. So what is being done to increase those levels for those students?
So one of the big things we're doing is putting in place, I want to thank the board for approving trainings like, can't think of it at the top of my head, but our early literacy training. Letters, thank you.
Letters.
I know we have some fans. Letters training, which is very systematic, and it breaks down how to teach students how to read. Along with that, they learn it, they implement it in the classroom. There's homework, it's quite extensive. And then they bring that back to the classroom and they're sharing. So that's one of the biggest things we're doing. We've implemented also Haggerty pretty much district-wide. We're working on the last few bits of implementation, which is phonemic awareness. So there's other things as well, but I can definitely point those out.
Okay, great. And that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you for your report.
Thank you, Dr. Albert. Please continue.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So next, we have a presentation by West Ed. At our last board meeting, we had the opportunity to hear from the Learner Center Collaborative. And at that time, the board requested to have one more presentation. So we would like to invite forward West Ed to talk about strategic development for our district. West Ed, thank you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon to the Board of Trustees, the Cabinet, and the community. I am Breanne Dotson, and I'm joined by my colleague, Dr. Nikki Sandoval, and we appreciate the opportunity to come today and share our strategic plan and learner profile proposal with you. Our colleague, Callie Kaminsky, could not be here today, but she's very much a part of our team and contributed to our proposal. Our team brings extensive experience in writing strategic plans, learner profiles, and also in offering technical assistance, research-based practices for state departments and for districts. We have had a great time learning more about the Adelanto community and want to congratulate Melva Davis Academy of Excellence for being named a California Distinguished School. We know that this is just one example of the commitment and the hard work and dedication of all the adults in this district that you have for your students. Our strategic planning approach is very flexible and inclusive and seeks to achieve these objectives, which you've seen in the proposal. So number one, really understanding your district's opportunities and organizing these opportunities by strengths. We really want to make sure that the approach is tailored to the needs of your community. Number two, engaging district leaders, teachers, students, parents, guardians, all key partners for input to help identify areas of opportunity and strength. And then finally, using this information in addition to other data points to support the development of an implementation plan that aligns with your resources and your district goals. So now my colleague, Dr. Sandoval, will walk you through our approach.
Thank you so much, and thank you again for inviting us. I just want to say we've had a very warm welcome today here at the district office and in the community, and so really we're excited about the opportunity to work in partnership with you. So we have a few elements of our approach, and I just want to emphasize that it's an asset orientation. You have solutions in your community, you know your community members best, and we help facilitate a process that is inclusive, that engages all levels of the community, from students through staff, faculty, community members, leaders, because everyone should have a voice in the deliberation and the decision-making process. So the very first element of our approach is a needs assessment. So we collect and we analyze information to determine a concise set of priorities. And why we want to ensure that they're concise is because it's important to make sure that things are consolidated so that everyone can track progress. We've seen very large strategic plans that end up on the shelf. And so we want to make sure that the recommendations are not only actionable, but they're based on your unique community needs and your strengths, your gifts. And we want to mobilize that energy, that will, to help lead everyone towards a collective vision of the future. So that starts with the needs assessment process. Comprehensive outreach and engagement. That is a really important part of our approach. Your greatest assets are your people. Your people. They're here. They're in the community. And so we prioritize accessibility for your community members at all levels to engage in the process. So what that means realistically is that if we want to engage students to hear their feedback, we want to make sure that the collection practices are appropriate for not only the levels of students and learners, but also for members of the community. If you have something during the workday, it's really hard for some folks to show up and to provide input. So what that looks like is being available by phone, conducting sessions, if they're focus groups or interviews, at times that are appropriate for the audiences. That takes time and care, but it is worth it, because then people feel like they were considered and included. And part of that engagement and outreach process means circling back to the people who gave input. How many times have we been invited to a session to give input and we never know what happened to it? So there's no reason to do it that way. So we make sure that we're circling back to check, did we get this right? Is this something that, did you have any other reflections that you wanted to contribute? So it's like a circle. It doesn't just stop, the circle keeps going, and it generates goodwill. It's a very inclusive process. We also, our team specializes in strategic resource allocation. So what we want to make sure of is that any recommendations for action have a fiscal sustainability plan, because you can have lofty goals, but how do you sustain them through time? We've seen programs come and go, one-time funds that we've used strategically, but how do you sustain that momentum so that something doesn't drop? Maybe it looks different. So making sure that the plan for implementation has fiscal sustainability as a strong foundational element. Continuous communication and collaboration. And so that means demonstrating again to all participants how their input was used and how it is informing the plan. And so another wonderful element of our approach is the learner profile. And when this is done in tandem with strategic planning, you're actually maximizing the time, bringing people together in a way that's efficient, that respects everyone's time. And what developing a learner profile really looks like is it's making sure there's a community shared vision for what it means to be a learner. What are the mindsets that you have here? What is your vision for your students? We want to make sure that you have a picture of what a student, what the outcomes are going to be. Who is the learner that you're all working to support? They are our future. So I'm going to show the model. And there are four elements actually: discovery, uncovering information, connecting with the community, conducting a deep dive. So we have researchers who help support what are evidence-based wise practices that we can deploy to maximize your effort, and then prototyping. And so we want to make sure that all of our learners, that there's a prototype that we can follow. And then how do we apply what we've done? So our approach has these elements, the profile of a learner, And it's a really rich process that we've actually engaged with other districts around the country. So I'd like to hand it over to Dr. Dotson to close out our conversation today.
Thank you. Excuse me. So this is a quote from a district that we worked with in California. This process was instructive. It was time and money well spent. So that's part of our goal. We want to provide this service, this partnership to you, and we want you, as Dr. Sandoval had explained, and the community to walk away feeling similar to the way that this district felt. We want it to feel like it was a great investment of time and resources. We've done this work with districts all across the country, from Mississippi to Arkansas, Nevada, other parts of California, and we're really looking forward and welcoming the opportunity to partner with you to help create the conditions to reach the outcomes that I know you all want to have for your students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate the presentation. Trustee LaFrench, did you want to open up for questions from our fellow board members?
Please, let's open it up for questions. Does anyone have any questions for Wested?
Yes, I do have a question for you. What is the cost of this program, this process? Do you have those figures in front of you?
We submitted it with the proposal, and I believe that the board everybody has a copy.
Page 9. Oh, I was looking at the wrong, I was looking at this, okay. Could someone read it out loud for me?
249. 249, 900. Page 9.
Okay.
Project cost.
Okay, thank you.
That was my question.
I'm sorry, does anyone, I can't see. Does anyone else have any questions for Wested, please? If you do, please speak up. I can't see you.
I'm sorry, I do. Where is it? The learner profile. Could you give a little more like what that entails? Because that's a really broad term for me, and I just need things like what is it? Like what exactly is it like a plan? How specific is it to our kids? Because our kids, of course, are across all over, they're all over, and I just don't know how that looks like.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to elaborate a little bit more. Think of a learner profile as a roadmap. And it's a map where the destination is you're creating the conditions for learning that are going to produce the outcomes that you want to see for all of your students. And as we know, it has to do with what kinds of supports do we provide within our district schools, what kinds of professional learning do we provide for our teams of adults who are supporting these students. So it's a pathway to the future, and it's a unifying vision. And part of the rich work of this is that it's bringing people together with a uniform vision. So think of the ownership being yours. It's unique. Your profile of a learner will be unique to this community and to this educational system. So the analogy, again, is a roadmap. And what I wanted to also offer is the fact that what we're presenting is a concept. These are approaches that we know have worked and produced outcomes in other settings. But what we are proposing is flexible. It's a plan, and it's something that we know that works. But we are flexible in shaping the type of process, the duration, the pricing that is appropriate for your unique community needs. Mm-hmm. So think of the proposal as a concept that is flexible, that we can shape and customize to your unique needs with more information about your goals, your settings, how you envision a process like this unfolding.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and also the discovery part is the part where you get the information, you meet with the
teachers, the parents, the schools. How long does that take, that process?
That varies. Before I answer that, I wanted to just add one more thing to what Dr. Sandoval had expressed in terms of the learner profile. Another way to look at it is thinking about it is the skills and it is the roadmap, but it's also a bit about branding, right? And so when students graduate from your district, how will they be identified? And so when they go into other places, people will know, oh, this student graduated from Adelanto because X, Y, and Z. And those aspects are brought together, like Nikki said, from the community to be named. And then your question was around the discovery process. And that ranges, right? It could take anywhere from 2 to 4 months. It depends on how much data is already available. Some districts already have data that we can work from. They have already surveyed different community members and families, working from various student outcome data. And so depending on what data is available, then we add to it, we build upon that by bringing people together. And part of that is also looking to see, of the data that's available, whose voices are represented and whose voices might not be. And so that would then be the strategic approach for us to then engage the voices that are not yet captured.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions from any of our trustees? Okay. Madam President, we have no other questions.
Thank you. Hearing none, thank you, Wested. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you going over your presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Moving along to section 6, closed session declarations. We'll be taking items 6.02 through 6.06 into closed session. I will go on and read section 7. I'll go on and start off by reading our public testimony before closed session. Thank you. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit an AESD speaker request for 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comments, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listen carefully and appreciate input from the public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing any actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least one clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentations depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Mrs. Perlaza, do we have any speakers?
Madam President, we have Robert Zubia, who will be representing ADTA.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Let me see. I'm here on behalf of Jen Rader. She took ill tonight, and she wanted me to read her presentation. So, in support of her and in support of ADTA, I'm going to take care of that. Here we go. Back in college, I studied Niccolo Machiavelli. He was brilliant at politics and business strategies. Upon reflection, I realized the following quote from the prince could apply to our school board. There is nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous to conduct, or more uncertain in its success than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things, because the innovator has for enemies all those who have done well under the old conditions, and lukewarm defenders in those who may do well under the new. This reflects the idea that those who seek to bring about significant change often face strong resistance from those benefiting from the current system and receive only tepid support from those who might benefit from the new system. What ADTA seeks to implement is a leadership dynamic where benefiting from the system is not a factor. Agenda item 15.01, a $74,000 no bids contract to Alvin Momen, for 5 months of training Dr. Albert is someone benefiting from the system. Agenda items 13.23, a $240,000 coaching contract for Columbia represents something that should be negotiated. Who are these people coaching us? Are they teachers, evaluators? Why so much money for one school? It begs the question, who really stands to benefit from this $240,000 program? Our school district deserves a board of servant leaders, not one concerned with benefits and contracts to bestow upon friends. Our goal as a union go far beyond fighting for a fair contract and competitive salaries and benefits. We are fighting for safe and supportive classes for our students, including alternatives to suspensions. We are fighting for mental health services for students in need, including parenting classes for their families. We are fighting for a positive school culture where teachers are affirmed and valued as professionally educated, highly qualified teachers who deserve respect, and we'd appreciate a little recognition. We are the teachers union, and we're here to use our voice. Thank you very much, Ms. Rader.
Thank you. Ms. Perlotta, do we have anyone from CSCA?
We do not.
A representative?
No, we do not.
Okay. Do we have any audience members?
Yes, we have Debbie Thomas.
Thank you.
I'm going to apologize now because I forgot my notes at class. I was rushing to get over here. Good evening. My name is Debbie Thomas. I'm starting my 29th year in the district this year. And to go with that a little bit further, just so you understand where my comments are coming from, over those 29 years, I have spent 8 years on the bargaining team and 4 of them as the chair. The last time I spoke to you, the board, I said that I was encouraging ADTA members to vote no on the TA. My reasons for that are largely with issues of the languages with class size. But I see problems on both sides, so I would encourage, thank you, I would encourage your bargaining team to look back at some of that language because it's going to become a problem if it passes. But that being said, if by chance it doesn't pass, I hope that you don't look at that as a negative and that we need to start fighting again. Look at it as a chance to work together for a better solution for all of us. Before I go on with that, I do need to make a comment from what Mrs. Turner had said. You guys, I understand that you take abuse from us. I know that. I don't always agree with what everything is said, but you did go and hold a political position. And Mrs. Turner, you have taken it the most over the years, and I've always admired your ability to say, thank you so much for your comments. But I have to say that when I went back and watched that video, when you sit behind that dais to say, encourage us to vote someone else in, I feel like that's interfering with union business. But I need to move on from that. But I did have to comment on that. So we've just started a new year. And I really hope it'll be a positive one. We need to have positive relations to start, and that starts with the top, the board and the management team. We need to get out of this cycle of animosity. We recently did our target solutions on hostile work environment. And honestly, I felt like all last year was one long year of a hostile work environment. Things have to change, and it starts with you. I don't hear about other district employees having such a contentious relationship with their boards. I encourage you to somehow extend the olive branch to your employees, and that's the classified, the certificated, and your admin, because we all walk into those school sites every day and do the best job that we can. And listen and hear their concerns, because at one point, the board used to do that, I felt. And right now, some of our concerns are school safety, working conditions, yes, and salaries and benefits. And we want you to address them and help us move forward. I don't want, and I can't stand,
30 seconds.
no more hostile work environment. And let us become the family that Atalanta School District once was when I first started this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Farrar, do we have anyone else?
We do not.
Did you say we do not?
Yes, we do not. Sorry.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, moving along to section 8, recess to closed session. Trustees, can I get a motion to recess to closed session, please?
Trustee Turner, I motion to recess to closed session.
Soto, I'll second.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Love French?
Love French, aye. The time is 6:26, and we have recess to closed session. I'm sorry, Ms. Perlotta, I guess I wasn't fast enough, sorry. This Zoom, I'm a little out of touch. Thank you. Good evening, are we ready?
I believe
Yes, ma'am.
we are.
Yes, ma'am.
Reconvening from closed session, we are reconvening to open session, I mean. The time is 9:09. Mrs. Perlotta, will you please take the take the call to order, I'm sorry. Establish a quorum.
Trustee Stewart,
Present?
Trustee Turner,
Turner present.
Trustee Soto,
Soto present.
Trustee Webster, sorry,
Webster present.
Trustee Love French.
Love French, present. Section 10.01, announcement of reportable actions taken during closed session. There was none. Public testimony. Mrs. Perlotta, do we have anyone for open session?
Madam President, we do not.
Thank you. So I don't have to read that blurb, kind of save my voice. Moving right along to Section 12, adoption of the minutes. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve the board minutes as written in order filled for the regular board meeting of July the 16th, 2024, and special board meeting of July the 29th, 2024?
President Love French, I believe item 12.001 was pulled, right?
We're just pulling the July 16th board minutes.
Just the July 16th. I missed that.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the special board meeting minutes of July 29th, 2024.
And Stewart, I second.
Mrs. Perlotta, will you please take the vote? Oh, good. Oh, I'm sorry. So it's for the special board meeting of July the 24th, 2024.
24th or
That's
29th?
29.
29th.
29 or 24?
29th.
29, 2024.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Webster.
So do you want to call for the vote, President Love French?
Yes. Can we call for the vote, please?
Trustee Soto,
Soto, yes.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Love French.
Love French, aye. Section 13, the consent agenda. We'll be taking items 13.02. I don't know the ones that are pulled through. 13.35, with the exceptions of Mrs. Perlotta, which ones did we table?
1306.
We pulled 1306, approval of Gus Franklin Junior STEM Academy Science Camp.
So does a trustee want to pull any?
Trustee Webster, I'd like to pull 13.23.
Trustee Soto, I'd like to pull 13.19.
Can I get an approval for the rest of the consent agenda except for 13.19 and 13.23?
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the remaining consent agenda with the exceptions of 13.06, 1319, and 1323.
Soto,
Can I-
second.
Can I get a second?
Soto, second.
Thank you. Mrs. Pilata, can you call for the vote, please?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Love French?
Love French, aye. Motion has passed. Items that are removed from the consent agenda is item 13.19. Can I get approval?
Webster, I motion to approve 13.19.
Turner, I second.
We're open for discussion.
I pulled this item because I have concerns with Mission Linen Supply. So therefore, I will not be voting in support of this.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, Mrs. Perlotta, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, nay.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, nay.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Love French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed three,
Two.
three ayes and 2 nays. I need a motion for the approval of section 13.23.
Soto, I motion that we approve.
Stewart, I second.
Open for discussion.
I pulled this agenda item primarily because I have a lot of questions surrounding it about the rollout onto the school site and how exactly this is going to affect our teachers. So at this time, I thought it was essential for me to pull it to make sure that we voted accordingly on it.
We're open for discussion. Does anyone else have any other discussions on this item, or is this an item that we might want to table? What's the direction?
It's important that we do have these services for principals and for administrators. However, I feel that in order for it to be implemented, that we need to make sure that it is as comprehensive as we like it to be, and that we have enough time to review it and really go over it as a board, considering that this is over $250,000, and also that this will be to help our administrators. We want to make sure they get the best that they deserve, and that's all I'd have to add.
On this particular item, I had questions regarding it. I looked at the proposal and I talked to Dr. Albert about it, and I'm comfortable with this. It's something that our teachers need, the training that they need. Our students need this as well, our teachers to be trained on this. So the longer that we prolong it, I believe that our students will receive the services that they deserve. And I have confidence that it was vetted by our staff, by academic services staff, and Dr. Albert. I trust that, so I'm okay with this.
I feel, yes, the price tag is high, but Columbia needs it. They need the support. They need, the staff needs support.
And I feel with the training, we could help that school and support the admin, support the staff, which then in turns supports the kids. And yeah, so that's what I've got.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I am in support of this. I just want to make sure that those concerns are out there, and I expressed some questions and concerns. So I just want to say that I do support this because Columbia absolutely does need it. So I will be supporting this.
I have a question. I understand that Columbia needs this. What about Mesa Linda?
Okay.
Thank you so much for that question. So for this particular service, this is being funded through site equity multiplier funds. So this is something that we're actually looking at as a prototype for potentially other schools. If this is something that is successful, the principal, of course, will be sharing it and collaborating with our other principals to let our principals know the results that they're getting from the service. And then, if it works, then we encourage then our other sites to potentially look at, in addition to it being at one of our sites, potentially expanding to multiple sites. But right now, it's in the plan for the school, the SPSA plan for the particular school moving forward. And we hope that this catches fire and that the support that's being provided starts becoming contagious, and that we have other schools talking about the need that they would like to see it at their sites as well.
So
I have one other question. I understand that it was a need or may have been brought up for Columbia. Why is it that the higher ups didn't bring it up for Mesa Linda as well?
I'm going to turn this one over to Dr. Dwyzon to talk about the background a little bit more in depth, and also to talk about next steps if this is successful and what we might be able to do to expand this program.
Thank you, Dr. Albert. So I do want to say that Mesa did actually want to also put it on the agenda. However, I wanted to make sure before any plan is implemented that we have a solid structure in place of how it's going to work and what it's going to look like. So I did ask her to hold just right now, but they also are wanting to do the same thing for Mesa.
Basically, what I'm hearing, Dr. Albert, is this is going to be like a pilot program for Columbia. Is that kind of accurate? And if so, do we have those measures of how we're going to measure the success of the program implemented? I mean, how would that look like? How will the success of this look like?
Absolutely. So this is something, and when we start anything new, we always look at through the lens of it being a pilot. Any program that we have has to prove its worth for it's something for us to continue to invest our resources in, not only our financial resources, but also our time. When we're looking at professional development for our teachers and we're looking at impacts on kids, we measure it by our student assessment scores. So we have multiple measures to be able to assess the progress on this. We'll be looking at our state assessment scores. We'll be looking at our iReady data, both for math as well as for English language arts. We'll also be as incorporating input from our staff and input from our administrators as well to get more of a qualitative feedback to determine not only are we seeing the results in the student achievement, but how is this being perceived by our staff as well as our community. And most importantly, too, our students. Mm-hmm. Our students that are engaging, are they seeing a difference in the instruction that's coming forward with their teachers as well? And are our teachers seeing the growth in their own practices for their own reflection? So all these things are comprehensive measures that our academic services team is leading. And I want to thank Dr. Dwyzon as well as her team for being able to bring this forward, because we believe that this is going to be a great program and support for our teachers.
Thank you, Dr. Albert.
One thing that I wanted to inquire about was in the contract it states 50 days of PD for teachers, and I want to say it was like 32 or 36 for admin. It also references a pullout of our teachers from the classrooms during the school days. What are we looking at sub-cost wise to support this program? Because I know it's listed on here for $240,000, but if we factor in the sub-costs of the 50 days and the teachers being pulled out of class, are we looking at closer to $300,000? And, that's a big concern, because now we're talking about students losing that education in the classroom because their teacher's not there.
Those are all really good questions, and questions that I would want answered as well. And one of the components that this program brings forward is that it's really the customization in regards to how they're delivering their professional development for their teachers. So part of that is getting to a 3 to 5 ratio, really like 3 teachers, no more than 5 teachers at any given time, to be able to provide that professional development. And the school site actually has 3 resident subs that are already built into their budget. So they already have those costs already fixed. In regards to if they pushed it from 3 to 5, then we're talking roughly about $300 extra a day. And that's not going to happen every single time. So the overall costs, in regards to it, it's we would estimate probably, if we're looking at that, 200, even if every training session, about an additional 30,000. And remind me, how much did the site get for equity multiplier? About $1 million. So, and this money for the equity multiplier needs to be spent on improving research-based practices to increase our student achievement. So it can't be utilized for other things like salaries or benefits or anything like that. It has to be utilized to improve our student achievement. And coaching and advancement in instructional practices is one of the top research-based methods to help improve instruction, which then in turns improves the quality of the learning taking place in the classroom for results for our kids.
I'm really excited about this, and I foresee this, if it goes a way that it's planned, it's going to work out for our teachers and our students. And again, Dr. Walker, your name is on this too. Thank you so much for this. And Trustee LaFrench is 9:20.
Yes, I was about to say the time.
Okay. Okay, well, can we call for the vote on this, and then we'll call for the extension?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, nay.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye. Motion passed 4-1. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting until 10 o'clock?
Webster, I motion to extend our meeting until 10 p.m.
Soto, I'll second.
Mrs. Peralta, can you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye. Thank you. Motion passed. Moving right along to new business, section 15.01. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the contract for Mr. Elvin L. Moment as consultant not to exceed $74,000 from the general fund.
Trustee Turner, a motion to approve.
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion.
I was just wondering if we could get just maybe some more clarity on the 74,000, perhaps how it's going to benefit the board, the acting superintendent, just so the public is aware of why this cost is at this cost. I received concerns, so I just want to make sure that we're able to clarify and explain why it's at this cost. That's all I have.
Dr. Albert?
Absolutely. So item number 15.01 is for a consulting contract with Mr. Elvin Moman. And part of the acting superintendent's contract is to be able to select a coach from the acting superintendent's discretion on that person. Mr. Moman has an incredible reputation in the high desert. He was a former superintendent in this area and would provide immense amount of instruction and guidance for me as the acting superintendent in how to effectively manage this role and help move our district forward. The costs associated with that are not to exceed, and it breaks down to a daily cost of $900 per day, which actually is a bargain. In superintendents or former superintendents, the going rate for a going superintendent on a daily rate is actually $2,200 a day. So for him to do this at a reduced rate for us to help advance our district, we really do appreciate the partnership with him in being able to advance our district forward. So that's a little bit of background in regards to the overall costs.
Thank you for clarifying.
And I would also like to add that Mr. Moment has served our district well. He has served as interim HR some years ago. He served pretty much every district in the high desert on an interim level. We brought him in as a consultant on our budget, and he has been instrumental in finding a lot of places where we needed to tighten up and do some things. And I commend his expertise, and I'm glad that Dr. Albert has selected him as his mentor because he will give some tremendous service to him as acting superintendent, and maybe one day, one day as superintendent. So this is some money well spent, in my opinion. Thank you.
Any further discussions?
I would like to reiterate a request I have made a few times now. At some point, I would appreciate if I could be provided a copy of Dr. John Albert's contract, as I still have not received it from you or the board attorney, President Love French.
Okay, well, we'll make sure that you get a copy of that.
Thank you.
Without any further discussion, Mrs. Perlato, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
So do I.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, nay.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 4-1. Moving on to section 15.02, trustees, I need a motion to approve the job description and creation of the position for a coordinator of expanded learning opportunities.
Trustee Turner, a motion to approve.
So do I, second.
We're open for discussion.
I just had a quick question. Prior to this position being created, the ELOP grant was overseen by who?
So I'm going to turn that over to Dr. Dwightzon to be able to answer for her team.
That would be our Director of Academic Services.
Okay, perfect. And with the creation of this position, do we feel that the monies that weren't spent will be spent in this following year?
We certainly do. When we're looking at expending, the highest probability that we have to expend this is to ensure that we have staff that's dedicated to being able to help plan, be able to monitor that plan, and being able to pivot when that plan's not being effective. So putting someone into place right now puts us in a whole lot higher probability of spending down this money and investing it wisely for our kids than not having that position.
Thank you.
Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Parlato, would you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. Section 16, policy introductions, updates, and reading. 16.01. Trustees, I need a motion to approve and adopt the second read revisions of Administrative Regulation 3515.5 for sex offender notifications.
Webster, I motion to approve 16.01 and adopt the second read revision of Administrative Regulation 3515.5 for sex offender notification.
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion.
I just would like to reiterate my gratitude to our cabinet for making this, bringing this to the board and securing our kids. Thank you.
Just want to thank Trustee Webster for being observant and bringing this to our attention. And I'm glad we're pushing this forward. It's important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. No, thank you.
Hearing no further discussion, Mrs. Pryor, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. Moving on to 16.02. Trustees, I need a motion to approve and adopt the second read revisions of Administrative Regulations 3515.6 for criminal background checks for contractors.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve 16.02 and adopt the second read revision of Admin Regulation 3515.6 for criminal background checks for contractors.
Soto, I'll second.
We're open for discussion.
Again, I would like to reiterate my gratitude to Cabinet for bringing this to board, as I see it essential for securing the safety and the welfare of our students while in our care. So thank you again.
Hearing no further discussion, Mrs. Parlato, would you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. Section 17, Superintendent's Reports and Announcement.
Thank you so much. I'll try to be very brief. So would like to begin by acknowledging and expressing my deepest gratitude to our esteemed Board of Trustees. Your unwavering dedication and commitment to the success and well-being of our students and the Adelanto Elementary School District community are truly commendable. It's an honor to work alongside such a passionate and visionary group of leaders. We'd like to welcome everyone back as we embark on a new school year. I'm thrilled to extend a warm welcome back to our incredible staff, our devoted parents, and most importantly, our amazing students. We're excited to see our campuses come alive again with energy, enthusiasm, and curiosity that only the start of a new academic year can bring. I'm pleased to report that we had an exceptionally smooth start to the school year. This is a testament to the hard work, dedication, and preparation of our entire team. From our custodians who ensure our schools were spotless and ready to welcome our students, to our front office staff who handled every detail with care and efficiency, to our nutrition services team who ensured our students would be well nourished and ready to learn. We thank you. And a special thanks goes out to our maintenance and operation team for completing crucial summer projects, ensuring our facilities are safe, functional, and welcoming. I also wanted to recognize our teachers who spent countless hours over the summer preparing for the first day of school. Your dedication to creating a positive and enriching learning environment is truly inspiring. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the exceptional leadership of our managers, principals, and assistant principals. Your guidance and support are essential to the success of our school, and I'm grateful for your continued commitment and excellence. Finally, I want to thank all of our staff, all of our students and families for choosing Adelanto. Your trust and partnership are the foundation of our success. I too had the privilege of attending our board retreat, and I want to share how much I enjoyed our recent board retreat. It was a valuable time to focus, reflect, and recommit ourselves to our work on school governance. The discussions and insights we shared will undoubtedly guide us as we navigate the challenges and opportunities of the year ahead. Our Welcome Back event for our teachers was a great success, setting a positive tone for the next school year. These events were not just celebrations, but a reminder of the strong sense of community and collaboration that defines our district. As we move forward, I want to emphasize our collective commitment to working together to build a future where every student can thrive. This year, we will focus on fostering a supportive and inclusive environment where all students, staff, and families feel valued and empowered to achieve their fullest potential. Thank you again for your continued support and dedication. Together, we will build a future for our students so everyone can thrive. Thank you and good night.
Section 18, adjournment. The time is now 9:40. Trustees, can I get a motion to adjourn?
You go ahead.
Webster, I motion to adjourn.
Stewart, I second.
Mrs. Perlato, would you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. Everyone have safe travels. And I wanted to say, Dr. Albert, thank you for that inspiration that you just spoke of. Thank you very much. Adjourned.
Trustee French, please feel better.
Get better.
Take care.
Better, okay?
Okay, call if you need anything.
I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Take care.
Good night.
Good night.